Hmm. Let's see. Minor technical difficulties. Give me a while. It's like right now, it's like I'm kind of like just double checking whether my stream is going okay. Okay, which is fine. Okay, so there's something wrong with Picato, which is like, give me a moment. I will see whether can I resolve this soon enough. See, can I see chat? Yes, I can see chat. Okay, that's most important thing. So what I'm working on now is that was is like this is more like or rather it's like this is a gift art of sorts. It's like actually it's like there's two pieces of art actually I planned on, but at the same time it's like I kind of just this well rather it's like it's two pieces of artwork of like the same type, like based on the same base. So this is the base I've like I was saying that I've worked on. So I worked two pieces of art out of it. Picato.tv. I suspect that it's like Picato might be there's something wrong with Picato, which I suspect that it's like I might just end up like do full on just is I just ignore it. Yeah, something went wrong with Picato. Okay, I'll just post it on my Twitter. Give me a while. Stream to Picato.tv. So it will only be on YouTube this time. Bit of a bummer that I couldn't do it on Picato. Although not it's like not that it's like there's much users, or rather, it's like my view is like people usually come to YouTube to view the videos. Just that it's always a good idea to have a alternative platform in case it's like something goes wrong. Yep, it's like if the Twitter situation isn't like a good was it, or rather, it's like the whole Twitter situation is like was it just reminds everybody it's like no platform is like strictly safe in a way. Or rather, it's not like safe from like say something dumb to happen. Okay, so right now it's like there's a light box. Crap. Okay, let me. Sorry for blinding you all. Good enough, I guess. Okay, this works. So, okay. So let's see, just line this up. Then where's my tape? Tape, 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 tape. Let me check which side of the paper I'm on. Yep, this side of the paper. Okay. Oh no, there's some imperfection in the paper. Okay, swap different type of paper or different sheet. Doesn't really matter per se, but it is gift for that, so best to be a little bit more careful, like the material. Okay. Okay, so let's see. So tape. Sorry, you have to deal with. Okay, so are they roughly the same distance? Yes. Okay. Washi tape. Then washi tape. Then pencil. Okay. Time to transfer this over. Mm. Okay, let's see. Where's my eraser? Is it good enough? Should be good enough for me to work on. Okay, let me just dial the exposure up. Where do I want to put my stuff? Stuff. Okay, everything's stored away. Thumb is a little bit off. let's see, me some quick adjustments. Mm, yeah, it kisses a little bit too close to the margin that I have to work around it. Creative problem solving, friends. Okay, back to unmuting myself. Okay. I think for the most part, I think the baseline draft is done. Okay. So let's see. As was say, like was say, if it's not like obvious enough, actually, it's like or rather, it's like was say, Logan is actually it's like on this is like in the chat right now, which is actually this is the piece of art that is meant for him. So in a way, it's like I think the primary question I would probably want to ask is that was it? Do you want anything on the tank top? Because it's like what I say, it's like right now it's like it's still plain. I do intend that it's like if you have something, some sort of like design or idea you have in mind, it's like I would appreciate that. What I say, if you have your favorite like what I say design idea, it's like a idea. Is I would like to hear it. Yes, this is going to be a watercolor piece. Let's. Okay lah. This one. Should I try my Daniel Smith palette? Hmm. Oh no, this is the smaller. What's it? The mirror palette. Let's see. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. Okay, better put this aside. Think roughly do a plan design for it first. Do you have some sort of is it just any generic planet or like what I say? Or maybe I should just do it like what I say? Maybe something like this. So something like a Saturn ring. Oh, actually, it's like was it's not really a different take, but rather this is more like a base. Actually, this is not the piece I decided to do the stream. Originally planned to do the stream on. Actually, actually, it's like the. Should I spoil the surprise now? Do you want your surprise to be spoiled? Actually, this is supposed to be the surprise. That is like which I'm not going to. It's like originally this is not the one that I'm going to stream. This is the one that I'm supposed. It's like I'm going to stream. It's like I'm planning to stream actually. But was it? I think something like this would work. So this is originally the piece that I kind of like was it just want to stream, which is like actually it's like it's the same base but it's Pabrazier as the art. But I'm not 100% sure whether I can do two like watercolor painting in was say in a very short period of time. So was say so it's like I prioritize this first. As in it's like the commission art. It's like as in the physical commission art itself. It's like actually it's like what I say it's like I only sent like out of the four-ish commission. It's like 4 to 6 commissions that I have received like in 2020. Actually, it's like what I say I only sent 2 out. So it's like what I say, and what I say actually have a separate folder for like what I say it's like so it's like all the commission art is kind of like in a separate folder except for this one. This is not like what I say the commission like piece, so it's like what I say, so I still have like all the, apparently there's only three in the what I say it's like what I say 3 pieces of commission art like what I say that is currently still under my in my care at the moment. Okay. So back to the actual topic at hand. It's like I think I'm happy with the t-shirt design. Did a bit of ad hoc like design going on. have to make it a little bit skinnier. Yep. Uh, I'm aware that he's like he definitely he wanted to kind of like get the like the piece in what I say physically. Just a matter of like what I say mailing it to you or like when you happen to travel around here, which I think the latter is more likely. Speaking of space theme, kind of like what I say bubble tea shops. It's like I wonder whether it's like someone is lame enough to make a boba tea shop that is like what I say there's Boba Fett or something. Well, it's technically space adjacent, like space theme adjacent because like Star Wars reference, but okay, I think good enough. Seriously, no rush. Like it's like what I say, it's like honestly, it's like the art is not going anywhere. So it's like what I say, like worst come to worst, it's like mailing to you is an option. It's like mailing to you is definitely an option. And okay. Ah, rubbish, 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 rubbish. By the way, I do foresee this might turn into a longer stream because it's like I'm not 100% sure how uh long this will get painted because of the complexity. So okay, I'll see whether do I need to work on the sketch a little bit more later. First, I need to pick up my supplies. Mm, I might use you. supplies. Well, inherently, it's like was a was a nowadays it's like my art is like it's not a matter of like was it whether it's like it's intruding on my time or not. It's like pretty much it's like at this rate it's like due to my personal art style. Uh, some of it's like a pretty much it's like was a pretty much anything or pretty much the style that I'm starting to develop into is like turns out to be like a very like effort intensive, and I can see myself like what I say maybe speeding like what I say it's like develop enough confidence and speed over time, but it's like but as of now it feels like what I say every piece of art is taking me upwards of like mm, 4 hours. It's like 4 hours or A5 ish, so could easily turn into like a it's like the painting of this could easily take between like 3 to 6 hours, I would imagine. So I would expect that it's like was it people may come and go while I was going to paint this. Okay, let me get my paint water first. Be back. Yeah, so coming back is like what I say, it's like honestly it's like what I say, I guess it's like it really depends on the person in a way. But for me it's like what I say every piece of artwork is like a marathon. Not really a marathon, but a very like because it's not that endurance and like what I say it's like it doesn't like test your endurance that much. It's like just as like and usually it's like at least so far I haven't done a watercolor piece that takes multiple days to execute yet. You so far it's like a lot of it is like it's like I try to finish it in one go. Honestly, it's like I would say I personally think that it's like if the fact that it's like digital, it's like what I say, it's like I think the fact that it's digital is that it's much easier to sort of like it in terms of like the workflow and pipeline, right? Meaning that it's like what I say to from making the art to posting the art is like what I say is I think it's like digital is still one of the easiest way to go. Because it's like appearance is like once you paint it, it's like you're still within the digital program which allows like resize and whatnots. So it's much easier. For traditional is that you have to plan the art, you have to make the art, and what I say, and paint isn't digital, so meaning that it's like you have to wait for paint to dry. So that takes even more time. Then once you're done, then you have to either take a photograph, which is like if you want like a really like I was say it's like comparable quality to a digital one, it's like you have to have like at least prosumer grade like equipment, like either a good scanner or a good DSLR or even just an iPhone. Once you import it, then you have to do edits. It's like because you have to account for like what I say the skew. It's like the image skewing if it's a photograph, or like I would say just touch-ups in general because of like I would say if it's scanned, at least in my case I scan my artwork because I have to like do some post-processing to remove like the dust particles like eraser dust that kind of got like that was it I overlooked and whatnot. So there's definitely a lot more like in watercolor. Oh, it's like a Florida Exile. So it's like a in terms of my style, right, it's like I would say my style, but rather it's like I don't usually wrap the whole piece. I usually just wet the piece in parts. Pretty much the whole wet the whole piece thing is like it's much more when you're doing landscape, or if you're it's like or at least like in my it's like in the style where it's like I need to it's like what's it the subject matter to be really crisp, right? I really need to like separate out like the separate elements of the piece. So it's like it's much more one area of a time, like in a much more controlled setting kind of way. Like right now, right, it's like first I need to it's like what I'm going to do is I'm going to just like give the background a little bit of base color. So only it's like this is one of the few cases where it's like I would wet like the paper like oh, speaking of I forgot to tape my piece down, and I'm just going to still early, but I think it's like I think it's too late in the sense not really too late, but rather it's like it will be boring for you to watch if I were to kind of like just wait for like water to dry and tape it down properly before I do the wash. I'm so going to regret not taping the piece down later. Well, so even right now, right, it's like I was say, it's like I'm just literally just wetting the area that is like where I wanted the colors to is like or it's like what I plan to be the background. It's like the primary reason that is like you like the whole like what I say wetting the piece like is that what I say if you want to achieve a much more flatter color in watercolors is that what I say is that you would want to do the whole wet on wet technique, so that it's like a the it's like a you give like a paint enough like a moisture to kind of like blend in naturally. Oh no, there's some color contamination. Crap. Uh, yep, exactly that Florida example. Let's see. And what I say? Yeah, it's like Logan. Actually, it's like what I say. It's like, I would actually say that it's like what I say. It's like teaching watercolors to kids. I guess it depends on subject matter. It's like what I say. It's like what. It's like what I say. If it's a art, it's like a watercolor art class, which is like where the subject matter is free from, i.e., the kids are allowed to kind of like choose what they paint. Right? It's like watercolor is one of the harder mediums to teach to kids, because it's like what I say, it's like the watercolors has is like a set of like its own idiosyncrasy. It's like what I say, it has a it has its own temperament in a way. Okay, I definitely need to figure out how to I definitely would need to figure out how to like compensate for that patch of like a color contamination. To be fair, it's like I was saying, it's like for this specific background, it's like it's not good. It's like, I think this will probably not going to be the final kind of like color that it will be, or at least I don't plan it to be. The paper had dried up a little bit. I might have to do. The good thing about living in a tropical country is that what I say is like it's hot and dry. It's like what I say, it's like make paint dry faster, but at the same time it's like The downside being that is that paint dry faster for certain techniques. This is going to be annoying. Like, you mean like how long I've been doing watercolors? Actually, it's like what's it? It's like I only started to learn them pretty much in 2019 ish. It's like roughly like midway through when I was doing like what's it like it's like at the stage it's like after I was doing kind of like the my fan art practice. It's like in 2019. It's like as soon 6 months after. It's like got past the 6 months ish mark. I just wanted to do like bigger pieces than what's it, and color pencils are just way too slow. So it's like I just have to decide to kind of like switch up to a different medium and do I say then learn watercolors at that time. This is the part where it's like what I say, there's the part where it's like my wet on wet is still technique is still rubbish in a sense that it's like a I wouldn't say rubbish, just as like it's a little bit uneven, but then again it's like it's very hard to judge a painting while it's wet. So I'm just going to wait. It's like I'm just going to work on something else while waiting for like a paint to. It's like I say, waiting for the background to dry before I decide on what next. Okay. Then it comes the next challenge about like trying to mix the fur color, of which I need to bring up the reference. So from what I can see from the piece, I think it's much closer to a neutral gray. Okay, the question is that was it is like in analog or well in general it's like neutral. It's like there's no such thing as neutral grays. It's like but it's like in the context where it's like I wanted let's see. it's I definitely wanted a little bit of a warmer tone, like on the background, meaning that it's like the gray fur color will probably lean roughly in that direction. Where did that black spot come from? I don't think I can cover it. Like I don't think it's something I can cover up. Okay. Okay, if that's the case, let's see. Let me just clean up this specific well. Or do I want to use this? Probably too blue leaning. Mm, maybe I don't have to decide now. I actually can decide a little bit later. Let's see. I suspect that I might have to paint this a little bit more loosely than what I'm used to. Because it's like, what's it? Because I don't think I would be able to match like the reference color exactly. Or well, in traditional, it's like I think watercolor is one of the mediums that is like the hardest to match it, like accurate to just like match like colors precisely. So I think I'm just going for like the right kind of vibe. That will be sufficient. So meaning that is like so let's see. Mm. Do I want to sacrifice one of the wells of colors here? Soften the edge a little bit. Mm. It's like it's all my uh learnings from watercolor is like it's mostly like I say for the most part it's like it's just me like watching a lot of YouTube videos. Though I'm probably not going to discount 100% of the fact that I might not have like some form of prior experience because I did is that my parents do send me for art classes like when I was like 9 to 10 years old ish. And I was it's like I do distinctly remember I was taught some watercolor back then. And during secondary school is that it is mandated to for us to pick some kind of like a water-based medium. So meaning that it's like for us it will be poster colors. But we aren't really like taught like techniques to it's like as to use it's like how to it's like a was a like a was a very big like a at least some basic technique as to like how to like approach painting like was it approach painting in the first place, I would say. It's just one of those scenarios that we aren't like was it it's like art isn't like was it isn't something that is like was it we have like I live in a small town and we aren't like we aren't lucky enough to have like a really good teachers around us kind of situation. Oh, for colors, it's like for colors in the palette. Actually, it's like it's something that you develop over time, I guess. Honestly, it's like I say, it's like it's just one of those things. Like in the early days, what is in the color is like not to say it's not important as to what is in your palette, but like I say, you definitely need like I say at least it's like I say it's the safest way to go is like you definitely must have a primary. It's like I say a warm like one of those like recommendations like a warm red, a cool red, a warm blue, a cool blue, and one yellow in general. And per se, I will also add like I say 2 earth colors. And I hate to admit it, but it's like I say it's like if you it's like I say for me it's like because of the fact that I like to collect things, so kind of like I was build like I watch a lot of YouTube videos and actually it's like oh that color looks like nice. It's like I might want to try it, and you just like slowly like I was and as you paint with them, you kind of know what was it? It's like you kind of know, or rather say you get to know the the nature is like what each color is like what personality the color is. That is like crap. This is like whether it's like oh this I really love, or that you will notice that the color has some like idiosyncrasies. So you'll develop kind of like a relationship like with like colors over time. And it's like it's not something that you need to kind of like worry about like getting the right like personal like the right palette. It's like there's no such thing as the right palette, but it's like it's one that is like it's like you feel like the most like creative working with. Uh to it, it's like to Logan, it's like actually it's like it's like it's not, it is a elective subject in middle or high school, but but it's like our timetable is pretty much standardized across the whole school. So in a way, it's like whether you like it or not, it's like you're forced to take. It's like you're forced to take the subject, but it's like but it's like ultimately when it comes to the nationalized standardized exam, it's like it's not a subject that it's like you have the option to opt for it, but it's not like mandatory in that sense. So most people, what I say, it's like most people don't take it too seriously. They just use it as it's just kids being kids, and it's like we just uh it's like it's like art. It's like it's like a period for art, music, and whatnot. So it's like it's you use as like time for us to goof around. Coming to Excel's question about like opera. I would say that it's like it's definitely one of the most loved color. Was say is like in the was say for certain types of painters, especially mostly floral painters, because it's like opera. It itself, or rather, like in paint in general, right? In digital effects, right, it's like a lot of like was it that you know that there's colors that really pop up a lot, or rather, it's like was it give it's like has very strong vibrancy. It's like it's so prevalent in the digital art. In like a traditional art, it's like they are. It's like was it's like you don't really get. It's like most of the was it the colors like was it in traditional is mostly like was it muted? It's like they can be vibrant, but it's not as vibrant as being fluorescent. And what opera is actually it's like they use like it's like a luminescence sort of like dye, which is like used in highlighters, which give it like a very like neon look. So it's a very bright kind of color. And the downside of like these kind of like neon colors in general is that they are not light fast, meaning that it's like if you kind of like put it in display like for a period of time, it's like it's bound to fade. So it's like so you just end up in a situation that it's like are you comfortable selling art knowing that it's like the person who receives the art, it's like the client, it's like the paying client for your piece of art, right? It's like will be receive artwork that eventually will lose its vibrancy like over time. And is it something that as a professional artist you are comfortable selling the customer like into? Because it's like it's like you can tell them it's like, oh, this artwork is going to fade, but it's like that piece of like information, it's like most people wouldn't have like wouldn't like tell the difference or like know like what is the implication until it's like the art, then it's like the art just fades or the color just disappears. Like, hey, why is like the art that you sold me like for a certain amount of money is like it's like faded out. It's like it's kind of a very kind of like a tricky situation to be in. So it's like something like opera is like it's nice to it's like it's honestly it's like it's one of the very few colors that is very well celebrated, but at the same time it's like what I say it's like what I say as an artist it's like one have to decide like do I want to incorporate into kind of like artwork I sell in a way. Of which is like I don't think I'm too it's like I personally am the one who believes in what I say wanting kind of like whatever piece of art or rather it's like most like I would say pigments in general is like well I say will fade like in some form in some way or the other just as like they will it's like a but they could last the colors could last forever like in certain conditions and I would prefer that my artwork if it's like ever hang on a wall or something that what I say it will look the same for at least like 10 years. So it's like what I say it's like for me it's like a color like opera would only go like for pieces of art that I know that is either going to like just be reproduced as prints like digitally, i.e. It's like the art can be reproduced like it's meant to be reproduced like a infinite amount of times like and the original just stays like I would say in a drawer somewhere or like I would say or it's like basically you just have to let the client know. And good thing is that I don't really do that much, or rather, I'm not that interested. Is like, or I'm not that interested doing florists to begin with. So it's like it's kind of a non-issue. I don't have it's like it's not something I have to worry about. Okay, this is what I would call like the art going into ugly face, but I'm not hating it yet. It's like just as like what I say. I'm kind of losing a little bit of. I'm kind of losing some direction in terms of the colors I'm going to pick. Let me double check. Oh yeah, so it's like I can actually just demonstrate, like what I say, just go to show like what, like what I say is like this is opera. So honestly, it's like what I say, it's like if you compare like every other color on here, which is like there's a lot of bright colors like the yellow over here, the blue over here, but there's no like there's not that much or there's like opera really stands out as a color that really glows because of the what's it the fluorescent kind of like pigment in there. So it's like what's it it's like people really love that. So it's like if you it's like if you kind of like look on a very subjective level, actually it's like what I say it's like this color really it's like what I say this color really draws it's like draw attentions to itself like without a doubt. So yeah. Okay. Soften the edge a little bit. Okay. Maybe I should try to make cerulean blue kind of like the or rather the more darker parts of the fur. if I want to lean it a little bit warmer, that means it's like I probably want to go to either these two, then mix, then tone down the color through one of the blues. I think that's what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll just try Queen Burnt Orange and French Ultramarine first. Okay. I need like a paper to swatch out colors. Okay, so okay, so I'm going to put the hard work aside. First, can just let it dry for a bit. Then let's try some color mixing. Oh, I did say that it's like it's going to be the primary tone. So this Queen Burnt Orange. Maybe I just do a bigger patch like this. And not very satisfying. I were to yeah, I don't think I like the green tone, meaning that is like what's it? Still a little bit too warm for my liking. It's like a bit too warm. I think I can work at this. Okay, I think I can work with this. So this is a Venetian red and cerulean blue. Okay. Oh. How long have I streamed for? 1.5 hours. Okay. I would need to grab something to eat later. Okay, how much paint do I need in this case? How much fur region do I need to cover? So it's like most of the arms as well as like what's it? Okay, I don't need a lot, so and it will be fairly diluted to begin with. So it's like let's see. So let's see. Yeah, I think I like the color. Though I think what I say it will probably be more like a base, and I need to kind of like enhance it a little bit. So let's see. So, okay, so let's. I definitely need to dilute the paint a little bit more. It will be painted over anyway, so don't mind. We see this being a long stream already. Definitely still teetering on what's it? Somewhat scary territory at the moment. Definitely still at a stage where it's like the colors are telling me like one thing, want to like what's it? It's like what's it? Kind of just it's directing me like in a way where it's like what's it? Kind of it has its own like what's it? Kind of want to dictate what like the it's like pulling me in a very specific direction that I'm not 100% sure. I'm confident. It's like what's it? I'm able to what's it? Respond like in kind. I guess that's the best way I can put it. Okay. Okay, I think as like base tones, I think I'm quite happy with it. Definitely still need to figure out what color of like the base color for the shirt. Do you have some sort of favorite color like when it comes to shirts in general? Let's see. Hmm. Okay, if I were to go for black for the shirt. Hmm. which it's okay because of the fact that it's like these will be very bright colors, so there's some contrast. Okay, here's roughly my thought process at the moment. Okay, so if this is black, this is probably like the brightest spot of like what is it, the image, which which I kind of, I don't mind the it's like having in a way where it's like I think I want the focal point to be larger, so meaning it's like it's like want the people to kind of like draw their attention there, here, here, and here. So to do so, I think I will probably need to add like some background element. So it's like probably I want to do like yeah, I think I couldn't kind of like draw attention like in a naturalistic manner, which I might have to revert to some sort of illustration kind of approach where it's like I think I would need to add a circular background element here, which will like here then slowly draw your attention like down here, meaning that it's like and maybe since we're going with a space theme, right? I think I would need to change the background color, or rather it's like add some different like background color kind of to give it a little bit of pop, meaning that okay, that means I might have to see whether I can lift out the blue over here, or whether I can just sufficiently cover the like I say, or like I'll figure out how can I make my paints opaque enough to cover up here and maybe here. Okay, if that's the case then. Okay. That's why you plan your paintings, of which I don't think I did enough planning. Okay, so if that's going to be last, then that means I better... Okay, I'll probably want to focus... Okay, so... plan now is that I will probably do the shirt segment first to get a good idea how bright I'm going to make it. Then use that as a benchmark to decide like the overall values for the overall thing. Then I will paint the hair and the shirt next. Then last but not least, yep, I guess that's the plan. Hey, Jonathan. Honestly, it's like once you with watercolors, actually, it's like it's like it really depends on what color and whether the color is staining. Meaning that it's like, is it possible for you to reactivate the paint underneath, like with water, and lift it, which I don't think I have the luxury, meaning that it's like I say the paint is already like locked in here already. Yeah, so meaning that I do have to accept a certain degree of what I say. It's like I do have to accept that it's like the paint is kind of stuck there already. And what I say, watercolor in general is like it's transparent. Or rather, it's like transparent in nature. I guess that's the what I say, that's the correct terminology. Meaning that it's like it's not opaque where it's like where I can just like put a layer on top of it or it's not, or not with like a pure watercolor kind of like technique lah. Mm. Is it good time for me to take a short break? Yeah, I think okay, let me prepare like I will be preparing some lunch first. I will definitely be around to do some chats while it's like once I kind of like do some instant noodles on the side. So give me a while. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Jonathan. Okay. Let's see. While food is being prepared, going to continue on a little bit more. Let me steal some of the red here. Where's my... Okay. Does it look like milk tea? Nope. Looks more like a champing already. Nope. Not close enough. Close enough. Need to use a little bit of red. Can just need to dilute it a little bit. Okay, do I want to... Okay, maybe... stuff in view. Maybe I should just move like these two sharpeners away because it's kind of blocking the... Oh no. Sorry. My bad. Oh, I think I know why. Oh, sorry. Minor. Is that minor hiccup? Oh, the only extent that is like this stream is planned is probably just the time of which when the stream is happening. Oh no, 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 no. Actually, I don't think I might. Okay, it's fine. Nah, because it's a kind of illustration style. And that is like what's it, where the color goes, like the borders as to like what's it, the colors kind of still needs to be roughly in control. Okay. Mm. Then let's see. Okay. Now the question is that what I say is the color of the straw. I think I'll just fill in the. Let me just fill in the bobas first before I decide how. Like, speaking of intentional, right? I knew I was forgetting something. Ah, shit. I totally forgot that it's like was it to bring up my PNG tuber. Okay, so actually, it's I quite like the design. the boba design. So it's like I still need to decide on the color of the straw and the satin ring thingy. It could be all white, but I don't think I want to make it white because of the fact that it kind of looks like an illustration. So this needs to be decided, this needs to be decided. Then it's like whatever is on the shirt dictate what the fit is. Like it's like how do I how to color the fur. Then I have to decide on still have to decide on how do I want to do the background. But since we are going for a planet theme, I think nope, this circle guide is not big enough, meaning that I have to bring out my compass. Yep, a food break is going to be incoming really soon. Okay, so it's like so it's like in the way where it's like the background would mirror what is on the shirt, meaning that I can it's like I will probably paint around this one. So this can be a darker color, this could be a lighter color, knowing that there will be blue showing through. Maybe it's like should I make it a earth and a moon kind of concept? Because it's like I definitely have some opaque white so that I can paint the moon. Meaning that it's like if I were to make this earth, yeah, that will work. That will really work. Okay, then so that means like I still have to decide. Then maybe I will just do much more of like a galaxy nova kind of style of background, like a flat background to go with it. Okay, that works conceptually. Most likely it's going to be Payne's gray, which is is a bluish black. So this is undersea green, not this color, this color. So this is kind of like the base. It's like as in it's like straight from a pan color for Payne's gray. Very likely, what I will do is that I might add a little bit of ultramarine to it. So I think I will probably make it like more like a fade from like a Payne's gray to ultramarine. I think that's kind of like the one that makes the most sense. like at least it's like what I say in my mind it does looks like what I say conceptually like what I say, it's like what I say it's like the one that kind of like speaks to me at the moment. I don't want the artwork to be spoiled, but okay. Okay, first word of caution is like don't like what I say. Technically, it's like it's like what I say for safety reason one shouldn't ingest food like, near to paint supplies. So what I would do is that I will move all my stuff far away. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. I guess it's like let's see, what do I want to put? Actually, it's like if you see, it's like I'm not quite sure is that it show true. It's like I must say the whole like because it's like this is like the base of it. So it's like I say it's like I just overlay. It's like I say just made a trace on top of it. So it's like actually it's like a second. So it's like just originally I just wanted to do what I say like Logan, but what I say then it's like would fit for Pabrasi as well. So might as well just like do another piece kind of deal. Okay, let me just put it here like this. Sorry for like some munching noises. I rushed back as fast as I could. Okay, let's see. Okay, considering. Okay, so coming back. So, okay, maybe I can just leave the ring for last. Maybe the color of the straw as well. I think these two would give like sufficient information for me to work on. Like what say, I think like what say you said, what direction do I want to? Is that in terms of color? So it's like where do I want to bring the piece to? Where's my tissue? Tissue. But I guess you do have a point. It's like what I say, it's like I kind of reach a point. It's like, or rather, like this piece is complicated enough that I don't think I can. It's like what I say, it's like I can keep the what I say the American and European like is that, well, if there's any like audiences, because it's like it's going to last until midnight, and or rather it's already lasting till like their midnight or early morning to begin with. But you know. Mm, mm, okay. Yeah, it's like what I say, it's like Logan. Logan is like what I say is like color wise is gray. Like I was saying, the first thing that is like when I read the question for the first time, it's like the first thing that I come it's like the first like I almost misread it like as gay or gray as in the sexuality. It's like what's in terms of sexuality terms. It's like my brain farted a bit. I don't think I recall. It's like when we say like I think gray. I think also describes like asexuals. I think it's like I can't remember the term in law. It's like I was say it's like goes to show like I was say it's like I say I still need to be educated a lot about like a lot more things. Still a tad like fingers and hands the most like what's it scariest like things to draw by artists. And even that is like I say even now it's like I say still super it's like I say the way I'm drawing it is like still super ambiguous. Which is like what I say it's definitely not perfect like right now. It's like I definitely can see it's like what I say just one of those things. It's like what I say the artist himself all he sees is just like mistakes and missed opportunities. But I do hope it's close enough like I say to being like Ai-san doesn't look too off. Come to think about it, it's like I say, it's like I can't imagine like what's it is, or at least for myself is I can't imagine like drawing furry like characters at least like for any animals that has like beans. Is like what I say, it's like I definitely would draw the beans in unless it's like I was say unless the whomever is commissioning art like explicitly says that they don't want like what I say they prefer human hands. But in this scenario, it's like what I say I didn't consult like Logan in advance, so it's like what I say it's like he didn't consent to the fact it's like whether it's like he has beans or not. But if it turns out that Logan is like into like what I say it's like a furry drawn with human hands, then it's like fuck. I don't think I can reverse this like it's like once it's like what it's like once I put the color in, then I'll be fuck I'm screwed. Okay. Okay, so next is that I need to dictate the color. So the question, at least for myself now, is that what's it for the shadow color? Do I want it to lean blue or do I want to have it lean purple? Will be the question. Hmm. because the thing about it is that what I say is like I kind of don't want to lean too blue on this because it's like what I say I still want to retain like it's like overall although it's like it's mostly blue in color, but it's like it has a much more warmer like I kind of like in like intentionally paint it so that it uh, radiate warmth. So meaning is like I pretty much cut off like a significant portion. What I say? Or pretty much is like basically it's like a lot of the color choices has been what I say very warm leaning in general. I think what I'll do is that maybe I'll start with some. Hmm. Mm. Sorry, give me a moment to kind of like evaluate like my color choices. Hmm. Hmm. Or should I use the hair region kind of as my testing ground? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, maybe I should just swatch out the color and see how I like it. Hmm. Hmm. Definitely lacks some personality. Okay, I definitely could use this. Just need extremely diluted. But I think I can carry forward. I can use it as part of the hair color. Okay, let's see. Still in the state where it's like I still have to remind myself that I have to trust the process, trust the process. It may not look like what I had in mind, but it will turn out okay. Or at least it will be fixable. I think I might have to do the shading for the face last. Because I think the mixture is not diluted enough for what I'm trying to do. currently I'm still a little bit careful with colors because it's like I don't want to end up in a situation where it's like or it's like what I don't want to end up in a situation I have to paint like the pit fur like and the brows and the hair black if possible. It's like I would still I would want like what say it's like some vibrant color to show through. So it's like still a little bit on. It's like I kind of still feel like I'm on a bit of the knife's edge at the moment because it's like what I say the moment I painted something a little bit too dark. Wouldn't go as far as to say that the painting is ruined, but it's just what I say. I will not be able to restore some of the vibrancy back because traditional art, there's no undo button. It's like once you kind of like got past a certain point, you can only like undo. It's like your means of undoing is extremely limited. Not to say that it's like it's or at least it's like don't think in terms of like what say errors are being reversible, but rather is that what it's like it's more like an additive process where it's like you constantly like if you add something on it, the only way to cover it up is to add more things, and there's a limit to how much more you can add to something. And I was say is like I haven't reached to a skill level where it's like I can intuitively like what I say gauge like how far I can push like my colors. I'm still maintaining like what I say it's like the instead of like a neutral gray, I'm kind of leaning towards a warm blue, warm purple kind of vibe. So what I'm aim to do is that the darkest portion, so like the pit hair, the hair would what I say would be related. Is like would have a relationship. It's like as in it's like these two colors should should not clash with each other. Like they should work. It's like they should look good like in combination with each other. So I think what it's like the direction I'm kind of working in right now felt that I'm kind of making the fur lean like a more of a purplish tone, while the shirt in general will be more of a bluish tone. Might not show that well like on a camera. I think it showed well enough lah, but I think it's like just in terms of like the size of the video, I think it's like it's very hard to without at least it's like you have a 4K or rather say if I stream it in 4K and you constantly like zoom in on details, it'll be probably more apparent that way. Or that if you are like seeing me doing the painting in person, you might be able to see that. But it's like Okay, time to go into like some details, i.e. the few parts in art that give it like life. So it's like how to show it. So it's I'm just holding it close to camera so that like I say, it's like that's like I say just to kind of demonstrate like how close I have to kind of kind of like just like peek into kind of like I say the smallest of like this thinness of lines. Nah, I think it's like still I think this brush might be still a bit too risky. Do I have like my other brush? Nope, I didn't bring it up. Okay. So yeah, I don't think I need a liner brush. Ah. Okay. Sorry, I kind of like guys to kind of like bring the art out of view for a moment because as I say some of the details are just so freaking small. Okay. Brush tool a bit too big. What this? Too diluted. Too much paint on my brush. Reason would be obvious to Logan. Does have a little bit of a JoJo-esque like flair to it also. So it's like it's definitely like a fun pose to draw. Just move it here. Have room to Nah, I don't think I will draw my character as like my Sona in this like pose. I think so far all the poses I draw for Huang are pretty like dorky. It's like at most they are just like very dorky poses. Though to be honest, it's like I honestly, as I don't think I draw up like my OC. It's like I was say out of my OC to begin with. At least it's like what I say. It's like usually if I draw art for myself, it's usually for wish fulfillment purposes. Currently, there's not much wish fulfillment scenarios I imagine myself needing to be in at the moment. So I don't quite bother, I guess. I forgot that I need to match the nose to roughly what the bean colors is going to be. So to blot out a little bit. I don't think that there's many people who like I say like I say who has wish fulfillment fantasies that is like I say my characters occupy. Not sure my brain can process is like I say being to that level of a popular which attract like I say like that degree of like attention I guess. like reading about like the whole like what say it's like parasocial like relationships like what say with a lot of the what say the popular streamings. It's like I'm not even sure whether I'm like comfortable to that like to receive that degree of limelight to begin with. Don't get me wrong, I do like what say I do enjoy the attention. What say there's also a degree of like what say how would I put it? Hmm, would say that it's like I guess it's like what I say it's like getting used to a certain degree of like public like attention is like is something that one needs to learn adapt to. Just as like what I say, what would be the hard boundary of like what I say is like where I would consider it like what I say within bounds. Is I'm pretty bad with boundaries to begin with. It's like I got a lot of like a lot of like a second-hand cringe. So it's like what I say I can't. It's like what I say. It's like it's like you just see like public figures. Like what I say, it's like something happened to like a certain public figures, and it's like you just it's like what I say you just like got second-hand embarrassment and whatnot. So it's like it's not particular. It's like what I say. It's like I just it's like when I imagine myself, it's like not 100% sure like, to what degree I'm like. If you pay me money, it's no longer gift art already. It's already a commission. I haven't published the rates yet, but it's like even that is like what I say. I'm not even sure when I want to like publish the commission sheet because it's like I'm like currently my day job does have like project management duties, so it's like there's like there's still there's like one kind of like a project that I'm still like having to keep extremely close eyes on. By the way, it's a hello Vignesh. Welcome to the stream, which might last quite a while, I would imagine. At least it's like at the rate, is at least it's like from my vantage point, it's like still nowhere close to being done, honestly. Felt a little bit more like, what I say, the 55 to 60% mark. It's like Because it's like I think it's like it's like I've reached a point in the piece. It's like I have to be bolder with my colors, and I'm mentally not prepared yet. I've reached a point where it's like I definitely need to introduce like what's it this degree of contrast, like what's it to like and my lights is like lighting and anatomy kind of like knowledge is still like not quite confident in many aspects. It's like many parts of it. Just have to power through. Though I think is I can get back in. Like what's it? I can definitely get back in like later. So it's not to a degree of like life or death, but or rather it's like a one stroke that can ruin the whole piece, but still a tad scary. Extremely, extremely scary. entering into very, very scary territory. At least from like my point of view, it's like it's like I was say, there are some parts isn't going as planned for sure. I think it's like the day is like what I say, it's like it's getting a little bit cloudy, so it's like I might need to do some adjustment, the video adjustment. So just give me a moment. Mm, mm, better for me at least. It's like for it's like what I say in terms of like not as in like you as the viewer, but it's like maybe it's like what I say more for my own comfort. Mm. Give me a while. I think I still need to tune the white balance a teeny bit. Okay, that's definitely a little bit too blue. Give a thing up. Okay, I think the biceps still is like probably a hint the biceps a little bit too high up, meaning that say roughly the deltoid is roughly here, meaning that like I might have to come back here a bit later. It's like definitely not happy with it. Think later on I would probably have to go back in with pencils. Like I say some darker pencils to re-establish some of the fluffiness back. So I'm definitely losing some fur definition, like along the way. Yeah, I'm definitely losing some fur definition. We'll have to add that back in later. Okay, this is under control. Mm. Yeah, I'm definitely dreading the adding the shadows for the face. I definitely do, but sometimes like a fine tip brush doesn't make it any easier. Because nothing can you can't really like what say it's like a fake a it's like a precise line, so to speak. It's like you only have it's like you pretty much only have one try. And you have to do it in confidence because it's like what say which is fascinating in the sense where it's like a pretty much it's like a you would think that it's like a it's like just like comic book artists is where it's like I would say it's like you see it's like I say to it's like where it's like you have like something it's like I say the how they really like do the lines and it's like I would say it gives such a strong impact, right? And I would say it's like just one and it's like I would say just a teeny wobble. It's like I would say it's like it may not be apparent at first, but it's like I would say but it's like a the impression will still kind of like it's like that's micron like what's it, several micron like a difference in several microns can kind of like display your confidence because it's like if you can it's like what's it because it's like humans eyes sometimes can be so sharp to like discern like what's it that white line may not look like much but it's like it definitely looked like it wobbled. If the art intern is like way better than art in you, it's like what I say. It's like it's like you should know your place lah. Not to say that it's like what I say you have to be. It's like if in kind of like it's like just like in manga, like in the manga is industry, right? There's definitely like what I say. It's like what I say. There's one main artist and there's a lot of assistants. And there's definitely parts where it's like certain assistants like definitely like have like a better like skill than you, like without a doubt. But at the same time, it's like I guess it really depends on like what I say. It's like whether it's like you are able to garner respects. It's like garner your the like, what I say the assistance of respect. Like despite like knowing that he's like what I say your technical skills may not be as good as them kind of deal. It's kind of like having a company with like what I say with like superstar employees. And whether it's like you are able to kind of like attract like those superstar employee despite the superstars like what I say knows that your technical skills isn't like as strong to the because like usually it's like people like to kind of like work and so that they can study like from their master so to speak. My skill level is definitely like nowhere close from being like being able to be called like what I say a master artist or anything. Well, banana, you are in like good company. Or at least it's like what I say, it's like I would like to strive to draw like what I say, art with aspects where it's like what I say that is like that appeals to like the recipient of such art. Guess that's the what I say, that's the way to put it. Okay, I think I'm okay to just go to do the clothes right now. Where's my spray bottle? Mm. It hit the camera. Yeah, I think I did. Sorry. It's like the colors isn't really like partly going the way as I planned. So it's like there's still a degree of like trepidation. Eh, mm, mm. When I say sad, just as like I say, it's not, or rather, it's like what I say, it's like it's the colors aren't coming out. The the colors aren't like really cooperate. Not in the sense it's like the paint is not cooperating, but rather it's like the the colors like what I say is like what I say they're not quite gelling together. Like I was say on a compositional sense. Mm. partially because it's like, I say, the purple magenta y kind of like tones isn't like, what say, isn't, it's like isn't harmonious with the specific blue I'm using. So I'm trying to think about like, what say, and partially because it's like, what say, the part that I didn't draw, which is like, what say, right underneath this line, is blank. So what I say, the part over here is very like it's like, what I say, very unsatisfying. So I'm trying to think how to work around it. Hmm. Though to be fair, I haven't like introduced the shadow color yet, so that's that. I think I'm probably just work on some part, some other part of the art first, and come back to it later. But I would say it's like, what I say, it's like, in terms of like, what I say, my general art processes, right? It's like, once it's like you hit the point where it's like, what I say, you kind of felt that it's like, what I say, there's a crossroad between doing the whole piece over again, or that whether you can still kind of like work within like, the like what you have worked on so far. It's like it's always a very, it's kind of like an internal monologue with your inner critic as to like, is it like, what I say, is it still salvageable, or it's like, I say, it's like, is it something that you can keeping going at it, or it's like, what I say, or it's just too far gone and it's better that you to start over. And since it's like, what I say, you have executed the piece, you have tried the piece once before, so it's like, what I say, reattempting it for a second time would make more sense. it may be frustrating. It's like, what say, the emotions may be frustrating, but it's a good reminder that it's like, what say, it's like, the reason why I'm feeling this way is that, what I say, I'm making art that I care about, and what I say, I mean, it's like, if I don't care about it, it's like I wouldn't. It's like I might just say, good enough. I'll just hand it to my boss. I can imagine, like what I say, it's like if I were to work in corporate, it's like there will be like a few times, yeah, or there will be many times in my what I say, in the career where it's like I'm like, it's like, but I say it's not going to be like part of the final game assets or something that I can just like just hand it off as it's like what I say, as good enough. And it's like what I say, I'm not working in what I say, in the games industry, but what I say, I've worked long enough in like as a corporate programmer to kind of like know like what I say, where like approaches like in what aspects that what I say, it's like what I say, where it's like it is a one to one. Hmm. Oh yeah, roughly I know why I'm not liking it, because it's like the yellow and red over here is It's probably because of the I would say I would say the not complementary. It's like what's I can't remember in color theory. Say what's the one that is like I would say the colors are opposite to each other. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so okay, at least I know why I'm having problems. Or rather, it's like I take issue of this blue over here. It still had to be blue, but how do I work around it so that it doesn't look too jarring? So if I were to evaluate the situation properly, most likely is like I was saying, might have to complement each other. If it's on the other side, I can't remember what it's called already. Like I can easily Google it up, but it's like I say I'm too like engrossed. It's like I say it's like I'm too like focused on the art and the painting this that as I would it help if I were to tint it a little bit green? Might be a decision I can't reverse, but uh, I'm planning to give like the elements, it's like the graphical elements on the shirt, a white outline, so it's like what I say shouldn't be a problem. Oh yes, this is much better. Okay, just have to push through. Then later on, I'll figure out how it's like, is it possible for me to blend in like the French ultramarine blue as part of the the background? Like yep. Okay. Oh my god, this is like what I say. This has turned into a game over like how many bullets I can dodge. Uh, I'm playing like art whack-a-mole here. Yeah, it definitely is like it does looks more like what I say, it's like more spacey right now with like a better contrast. Oh, comic pages are way harder without a doubt because it's like you're drawing like multiple images. I guess it's like I was saying, at least for me, it's harder because it's like I'm. I think I'm the. I what I say is like because it's like what I say if you draw comic pages, right? You must accept a certain degree where it's like you're more willing to lose. It's like what I say to be able to draw things and lose out on details and I don't think it's inherently harder for me, but it's much more like what I say, it's more planning intensive. Whereas like I would say a single image is like a lot of the focus is like you just need to focus on like what I say, like I would say it's like the import. It's like just a few important things. I think it's like what I say. It's like for commissioning pages. I think it's like you better ask artists that have like a comic commissions. I definitely need to look up. Space images of space. Like I was say the Saturn rings, I think. These are but kind of colors we're looking at. Mm, so far it's like either gold, purple. Then I see some artist rendition, which like I was say have it more rainbow color ish. I I'm not even sure whether do I dare to like what say accept a custom commission for like nice what say comic pages, even if it's like the Yon Comma style, i.e. it's like the 4 panel comic style. Like how much people are willing to pay for those anyway? I would imagine that it's like what say like for Japan or it's like I think it's like even in Japan or Western pricing, I suspect it's like it could be upwards of like say 120 US ish. Ah, rubbish. Shit. Okay, one more blemish that I need to figure out how to cover up. This is rough. I'll think about it. Hmm. Mm. Thanks for the words of encouragement, by the way. I definitely feel like I'm still not out of words yet. Thanks for liking the multicolor planets. Picking the colors for it is definitely like, how I say, if I stream 4:47. Yeah, let me take a quick, yeah, let me just like take a break first. Because it's like, there's way too much up and downs like working on this. And I say there's a few blemishes that I still I would have to think about how to solve later. Okay, so for the most part, I think it's like the character is like was because I think I got most of it roughly where I wanted. So what is left right now is the background and kind of like the two circular background element to it, with the additional headache of the fact that there is one colored blemish here, which I have to figure out how to cover it up, or that is like how can I integrate it into the piece. And the second thing is the shading of the fingers. Once these three fall, elements are kind of like incorporated, then what's coming up next is that what I say, I would need to focus on a lot of the finer details of things. At least that's the thought process. Logan, it's like when you say where did that one come from, it's like which is like what you're referring to. Yeah, it's like was it there's like a one like a paint stain, like was it's like was I just caught on a paint stain here, and when I was like putting my hand over it just to paint it, it's like I just got transferred over. It wouldn't be a problem in like what I say when doing the art in opaque color mediums, so i.e. Oils or acrylics. But for watercolor, it's like I was say, unfortunately, it's like in my palette, there's a few that are staining colors, i.e., it's like once they got to on the paper, it's like there's no way for to get them out. So, or like lighten them up significantly. Oh, these two zones is like what's it? Is like honestly, the whole background will be reworked. It's like it's already like no longer matching the general vibes of the character itself already. I guess wouldn't harm. Then there's a black dot of like paste gray over there. It's like, let's see. Mm. Maybe I should just define the where the so okay. Okay, so one, two, the belly button here, correct? Then crotch area is roughly here, so meaning that is like the part where the pants could go is roughly like here. Mm. Like Bulgers is no longer important once there's like what I say, there's enough sex appeal. Like how I say on the top. Let me adjust colors again. Okay, I think at this rate, I think it's like actually it's like for the most part, I will consider it's like I say the character painting is done, but was it says like I'm kind of debating whether do I still want to continue on streaming this because it's like I suspect that it's like I say the background might really take me a long while to figure out what do I want to do with it because it's like I say it's like I just find there are several like parts or rather it's like several mistakes I made which makes like which really complicates like matters a little bit. That I think is like basically I think I might be better kind of like figure out how to resolve it. Yeah, I think it's like I might have to cut the stream short, or rather, it's like I was say, it's like not really short, but rather it's that what I say, it's like I will try to complete kind of like it's like try to finish up like at least get the character up to roughly like a 90% done. Then it's like I'll work out, it's like I'll figure out the background and I was say the final detailing. Yeah, and I think the might be one of those scenarios where I think I definitely need some time away from a piece of art to really figure out what the next steps is going to be. Just probably a little bit different from like the usual format where it's like I really would what say uh power my way through the end, like getting the piece finished. I'll tell you as much. It's like if I draw anybody like not safe for work art, like for a friend, it's like it's definitely more than friends already. Okay. Not to mention it's like what I say, it's like what I say, it's definitely against like most like a streaming platform policies. I can't like I say stream it at all to begin with. So for that, I will tell you, sarcastic. It's like what I say, very very like like sarcastically. It's like in your dreams. Like even when I say sarcasm, actually it's more like it's almost like 100% true. It's like it's almost like 100% serious. It's like in your dreams. Yeah, you know the whole joke where it's like oh my god, it's like I say this it's like I say, it's like I say, it's like this is the most like horniest thing you're doing, holding hands. No, it's kind of like I say in hindsight, it's like I say it's like kind of it is true because it's like I say it's like in most it's like it's under most cultures it's like it's felt it's like would be considered socially like not really appropriate to do kind of like it's like have acts about like that would be perceived a little bit like more like I say hugging and whatnot is already it's like even like I was say in context of like I say hugging strangers or whatnot is considered like I say not appropriate, which is understandable. I mean, it's like ultimately it's like you would want to seek out consent prior to kind of like engage in like what I say close bodily contact. Like is like what I say like like hugging or probably like a kiss in the cheek or whatnot. Like especially with like people that it's not considered like in your direct like closer circle like family and friends. Like especially Asians, it's like what I say, it's not part of our social customs even. At least the Asian cultures that I'm grown up with lah. I think most artists would like dread the fact that it's like what I say drawing hands to begin with, let alone holding hands, like interlocking hands. Not impossible with like sufficient practice at that being said. Like if this is not hands, it's like, I don't know what you will call it already. Would like to incorporate, or rather, I would really like want to draw more hands for sure. Don't give me the whole like, no, this is not hands, this is paws. I'm going to slap you on the head if you ever. It's like if you dare to give me that retort, like preemptively, like saying like what I say, like saying this like preemptively. If you say that, it's like I would say that it's like you hurt my feelings because it's like that means it's like I say I don't draw hands convincingly enough. Though to be fair, it's like I say, God, it's like I say, it's like actually it's like I'm already like struggling with like just drawing interconnected body parts to begin with. like this planning sketch took me like at least like 3 tries to get it roughly where I wanted it to land. It's definitely a challenge. It's like I say, it's like that's like the problem of like me drawing way too much portraits because it's like it's like I say, it's like if art is a hobby, right? It's like there's a limit of like I say how much art you want to draw to kind of like for self improvement purposes because it's like I say it does get stressful after a while. Like if you constantly like just draw for the sake of like learning, kind of similar to like playing games in a way where it's like it's fun when you are just like I say it's like when there's no like pressure to achieve anything, but the moment is like I say you are playing the game to kind of like either grind out for something or like I say or climb the competitive ladder. It's like I say it can no it's like you can reach points where it's like you no longer feel like it's a game already. Where it's like I say it's like I say whatever hobby you engage in feels like it's business. Rubbish. Sorry, I'm kind of like there's some separation. Like I say, there's like white. It's like the white paint that I have at the moment is like has some like binder separation, so I need to stir it. Like after it's like what I say, it's like I kind of do some final touch up to the characters. That it's like I will be ending. I would foresee myself ending the stream within like 10 to 30 minutes. Not sure yet. So that later on when I can so that I can turn off the stream. Like what I say is like go to my bed, curl in a fetal position, and cry while trying to figure out how to solve the background problem. Jokingly speaking, but Yeah, it's like I say, it's like when it comes to art, it's like sometimes it's like I say the conditions it's like there's always definitely times where it's like the conditions are just right where it's like what I say it's like what I say it's like what or rather it's like it's low stress. Like even now, right? I say there's partially because it's a gift art, it's like there is some expectations. Either that or it's like what I say, or it's like when it comes to doodles, right? That is like what I say, like you do in class or you're just doing it as a distraction, right? Is that it's easy for it's like you don't really take mind of like mistakes because it's like pretty much it's like oh it's a mistake okay I can just throw it's like I'm just throwing that piece of art it's like was like just was say just disregard it and just like just was say just move on to the next piece while it's like what I say it's like if you're working it's like if you're working on kind of like quote unquote a serious piece it's like there's expectations of needing to complete it and what I say and that the piece needs to be of a certain degree of like a what's it? It's like a perceive what's it? It's like a excellence, I guess. It's like a certain quality bar that you define for yourself. Mhm. Not gonna lie, I'm definitely loving like the t-shirt design that I done. adding the white outline to the t-shirt, like illustration, does make it feel like what it comes out of. It reminds me a lot of like the NASA logo. Okay. Block this one out. Okay. Time to evaluate whether it's like what I say. I I I would like to think that is like the core character part of it is done. So I'm just like spending some time just taking a quick step back. Am I happy with this? Mm, think the shirt definitely like felt like there's some dimensionality is like a little bit lost. Just like add it back in to a certain extent. Tighten up the lines a little bit better. There's one missing white line over here, but I need to let it dry. Okay, so that's that. Hmm. What time? 5:03. No, 5:39. Okay. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is that I kind of just try to it's like I'm reintroducing some white like over on this side of the shirt. And I think I kind of like what I'm seeing. Yeah, so I think it's like I was saying, I think I might just end the stream. Like was or rather say I will consider this the piece, or rather the character portion of the piece is done. And was I would do the background off stream while I'm trying to figure out what to do lah. Let's see. So overall, I think I like it. I definitely like it. The character portion of it, at least. There are like there's a few, I would say, disaster spots which is like I managed to mitigate, which is like I'm proud of to a certain extent. So I so what is so it's like there's a few detailing stuff. So it's like it's mostly just background detailing. So background is that background wise, what I'm going to do is that I'll probably try to reintroduce like white or some sort of opaque white here, like I say in certain parts, and I say and kind of like just blend out some sort of color pattern. Then there's like the two circles here, which I still need to what to do with it, and I definitely need to cover up this like these two blemishes. Some detailing, or rather some shading style detailing has to go on the face a little bit. Then once that's done, I hope that I'm able to post this one up either today or tomorrow, I guess. Okay. I'm just going to hang around for a bit. I'm not even sure whether I would call like lighting and shading because it's not like in digital, right? You can just add another layer and and you can just like add like easily. In traditional, it's like it's almost like you really have to think it from you have to plan it out from the start. If you really want to achieve like especially if you want, when it comes to dramatic lighting, it's almost like you can't do it without planning ahead. Either that or pretty much it's like you can kind of do it kind of similar to cell animation, where it's like you just add like several, like I say that you can have transparency, and probably not that, but say for opaque mediums like oils or whatnot, where it's like I think you can add a certain degree of variation. Watercolors, you can do it to a certain extent with glazing, but one has to be be careful for with glazing, because it's like you can reactivate like paint layer below it. So it's very easy. It's like you might just end up where it's like you use too much water and pretty much it's like the paint underneath it dissolves, and what you end up is just mud. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Logan. Like can't wait to kind of like share the scan with you soon. Not to mention it's like it's like I have the other, well, which is kind of ironic, where it's like then it's like the pub Russia is the one, is like would be the one that I would find it easier to do, because I have to practice and let's say like from this one. But then again, it's like I don't think you mind at all. He's your man after all. It's not real pits, okay? It's imaginary pits. I.e., is I didn't ask, other than like, what I say, the reference sheet, the OC reference sheet is I didn't ask like for any additional references. And this one is actually from a photo reference. It's like some other photo reference of some kind of like bodybuilder kind of like person. Of course, I kind of like tone, because partially it's like I would say it's like the when it comes to character with like musculature, it's like some like defined muscles, right? It's like what I say, it's much easier for me to just look for like what I say photos of bodybuilders because it's like everything is so defined. So it's like it's easy to just like adapt like that. Yeah, it's like like would admit as such as much as like I say it's like I'm not like I say I'm not inherently like motivated by pits. Let's put it this way. Mm. Can I sufficiently cover this up? Yes, I could. Mm, okay, meaning that it's like I would say, it's like I think. Okay, I can plan to like what I want to paint over it. Mm, okay, I think I will end it in 8 minutes. I will just. It's like I say, wow. It's like I say, it's like I'm just like I say, pacing myself back and forth. And so it's like I was saying. Mm, eek. Yep. That's the idea. It's like just want to make it like an even 6 hours. Plus, I guess it's like I was saying, it's a more accurate like projection of like my fussy process, and the reason why I don't think I will ever be able to go into like what I say, like a professional kind of like a what I say, or rather it's like it's like what I say, art related like professions. Would probably is like I was say, I think I would probably do a little bit like more comfortably in kind of like being like a fine arts adjacent kind of like fields in general. 4 more minutes. Or is it less than four? Less than four. I think neither is like any of us got like Logan hugs to be like hugs to begin with. Just gently like erase off the circle marks. Just enough of a hint that I should be able to work on it. Be good enough. Okay, counting down 1 minute. So it's like thanks for showing up. It's like what I say, it is quite a roller coaster ride to be on and being able to kind of like, and you guys like bearing with me with all like what's it, the emotional kind of like cries for help in a way. Well, you can get a virtual like Toro hug. Okay. So it's like a thank you for like what I say, being in the stream, and this stream will end in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye bye.